Alright, that was odd. Anyway, hello, and welcome to the Wastelands, where everyone's a little mad and crazy is opening the same door, but not arriving in the same room. Hello, and welcome back once more, as we are going to continue delving into blueprints. Now, the last time I played this game, I did manage to open up the west garden through the garage, and I found a couple of clues that I can use to enter the orchard. I also managed to get my hands, while building the blueprint, a permanent room, but I was in a bit of a rush because I was going over my stream time and I hadn't placed it. But I know that might be a potential other entrance. Guess we'll see how that turns out. But today we're going to jump right in and continue on day 11. Also, I have a journal. That I keep notes and clues in, but it is a screenshot journal that I'm using on a different monitor. I'm thinking maybe once I'm done, I'll actually post a screenshot of my journal to show what I've been working with, but that is something for once the game is done. Okay, so the first thing that I want to do, technically I need to go to the orchard, but I'll do that in a minute. I first want to go do this part. Select whatever is off to the side here. So I do need the shelter again, but I need that Sunday, because I have actually put on a date to open this door then. So now I can't get the item in the save yet. I want to know what a shrine is, because I don't think I've ever had a shrine. Can I make an offering? I'll have to get money for that first, but I see that I need that now, so that is for later. I also want to open the door to the orchard, which I think I can do right now. Problem is, I am wasting steps doing all of this. But I do think it is important to unlock more on the grounds, which will give you a stronger start in the future. So I think the code is 1128. The apple orchard has been permanently unlocked and added to your campsite. Starting tomorrow, you will start each day with an extra 20 steps. That is amazing. Might as well take the chance to explore this now. "20 steps is amazing." Gardener's Logbook, April 10th, 1992. When I first came to the estate in the capacity of the new groundskeeper, I was a little dismayed to find that my predecessor had kept no notes, no logbook, and no records of any kind regarding the various gardens and green rooms of the house under his care. As a result of this, Improvidence. In the first few months of my post, I suffered a number of embarrassing professional blunders that I believe could have been avoided with even a few scraps of imparting wisdom from the previous groundsman. But to that end, I will make an effort to make some records of my dealing on the estate, in as much as it pertains to horticulture and general tomfoolery. Robert Nogula, groundskeeper. Among my many commissioned duties, I have been tasked with the conservation and oversight of Mount Holly's alluring grounds. My domain stretches from the gate to gate and encompasses the apple orchard, entrance drive, and east yard. Fortunately for my workload, the maintenance of the west ground has not been a priority since Lady Epson's death and the ensuing closure of the west wing. Nevertheless, I take some pride in my work, so I still endeavor to brush the west path weekly, even if none but myself take notice. In addition to maintaining the grounds, there are 8 green rooms within the house that require some level of upkeep and light groundskeeping. The majority of these I discovered are only draftable on the perimeter of the house along the east and west wings. The terrace, the patio, veranda, morning room, greenhouse, and secret garden all fall within this category. One of the first tasks I undertook as groundskeeper was to conduct a survey of the various plots of... I am going to take a screenshot of this, because this is probably important. One of the first tasks I undertook as groundskeeper was to conduct a survey of various plots of soil underneath each slot on both the east and west wings of the house, and while I would have preferred a full survey of all 45 plots of the house, it was clear that the inconvenience such an undertaking would produce was in no way worth the extra data, especially considering the rooms that would benefit from the survey only ever appear in the wings. To quantify soil quality, I measured the soil's capacity to support crop growth and maximize the promise of high yields. So I think what this means is if I can get a greenhouse on one of those rich soils, there will be a lot to dig up with high resource reward, so I should probably remember if I make a green room to make them in the wings and on hopefully the good spots. To quantify soil quality, I measured the soil's capacity to support crop growth and maximize the promise of high yields. The survey ended up taking 2 weeks due to some difficulty reaching the higher ranks, but the project was well worth the effort. As suspected, the room position has a direct relationship to the amount of fruit spread from the gardens and the amount of flowers that can bloom in the greenhouse. A few years ago, the Baron made the long overdue decision to switch from gas lighting to electrical power. The installation of the new system was a substantial undertaking, and almost room in the house had to be equipped with new fixtures and wiring. Thankfully, these renovations did not extend beyond the mansion's interior, and all the lamps and equipment used outside of the house are still connected to and powered by gas line, including but not limited to the orchard's smudge pots. The smudge pots, I'm also going to take a screenshot of this. The smudge pots found among the apple trees here in the orchard are a critical necessity thanks to the cold temperatures and high altitude of the estate. These gas-burning stack heaters prevent frost and should be kept on during the winter months to ensure daily yield of apples. When the smudge pots are not in use, the orchard gas line should be turned off to conserve resources for the estate, other gas-powered machinery and appliances. After a few months of idleness, I have found a new cause to champion and I have submitted a request for a change of scenery. Specifically, I would like to replace the statue of Orinda, currently in the cloister, with a much more appropriate angel, Rinna. After all, as beautiful as the statue is, shouldn't the greenery of Mount Holly be governed by the paragon of gardening? Thus amused, I do not think Anne took the request too seriously, although she did humor me and listen to me rave and pontificate on the subject for the better part of our lunch yesterday. And she wonders why I avoid tending the cloister? Truth be told, I have forgotten how to access the inner guard, and am too scared of chastisement to probe for the particulars for a third time. My best rendition, pretty good considering I have only ever seen Rinna's description in the chapel. So I guess there's nothing really here to pick up. I might come back tomorrow just to double check it out, make sure that there's nothing actually here, but it seems that this just gives me an extra 20 steps, which is still huge. But no specific reason to come back here unless I find a way to open one of the many doors scattered throughout here. So I'm probably gonna waste a couple more steps, which I know are not going to be beneficial, but I want to try and get a blessing, see what it does. Give me a hallway. Ah, pantry. Okay, extra steps. It's not a lot, but like I said, I'm kind of testing out. Learning as we go along. Ooh, that's a good one. So basically, every time I re-roll a draft, I get money, and each time I draft a shop, I get a re-roll. That is major. Give me that. Okay, 1 key to get 3. It's not bad. Corridor. Ooh, the rumpus room. Kind of want to draft the bedroom, though. I wish I had a magnifying glass, because I feel like there's something hidden here. The drawing room? I still have the den. I don't have the money. I don't have any money though. Ooh, that's a good one. Parlor. Oh, apple. I had not actually paid attention to that. The gems are in the black box. The gems are in the box with a statement. It's in here. There we go. So there are more permanent additions I need to get. Yes, give me the observatory. Okay. Before I go through, this might be the first day I will run out of steps. Maybe not, if I can get back to the kitchen. Got my 2 keys back. Oh, also, I forgot. I did find more rooms that I need to look at. The late Sinclair's personal home office, a room he used exclusively for business affairs and the running of the estate. A task he took increasingly more satisfaction in overseeing in his later years. Adds locker room, sauna and pump room to today's draft pool. An indoor Orindian pool was one of the more modern additions to the estate, the inclusion of which provided a convenient excuse for building a handful of other rooms which not only complement an indoor pool, but are often compulsory inclusions. Terrace. A terrace balcony overlooking the grounds, providing an ideal spot for appreciating all the verdure and greenery that the estate offers. A charming spot granting guests a bit of fresh air and open skies with the privacy of the manor walls. A covered walk and colonnade surrounding an enclosed and seemingly inaccessible garden. A solitary angelic statue at the center of a grassy patch provides its secluded court hall a hallowed atmosphere. This relaxing breezeway serves as an ideal spot for rocking chairs and lemonade. Oh, at the beginning you mean? In those 2 chests? Oh, I'll go check. I got some more steps anyway. No, I got all the money. Ooh, that is a good one. Don't worry. I'm glad you tell me, because I might miss these things. The Baron of Mount Holly names nephew provisional heir. In the blue hours of Wednesday morning, the venerable Baron of Mount Holly, Herbert S. Sinclair, passed away at the ripe age of 73 after a prolonged struggle with a heart condition that had been kept from the public eye until his final days. Esteemed as a pillar of society and renowned for his penchant for crafting puzzles, he was a source of endless fascination to our readers over the years, not least through his popular column Baron Bafflers, which he penned for over a decade. The particulars of the announcements of his successor yesterday has left his devoted followers with one last intrigue to ponder. The reading of his will precipitated a flurry of speculations, for his niece and presumptive heir, the much beloved and lamented Mary Matthew Jones, has been missing, presumed deceased for the past 6 years. Mrs. Jones, better known to our readers by her pen name Marian Marigold, enchanted the hearts of and minds of children across the realm with her literary creations such as The Red Prince, Swimbird, and A New Clue. Her disappearance remains one of the age's most tragic mysteries. With her whereabouts unknown, it was Marigold's own son, Simon P. Jones, a lad of but 14 summers, who was yesterday named the provisional heir to the sprawling Cinca Empire. However, this vast inheritance is accompanied by an undisclosed contractual condition. Given the Baron's well-known penchant for tests of mettle and wit, it's clear that the young heir from Reddington, distinguished in his own right as last year's County Science Fair runner-up, faces an extraordinary challenge in the coming weeks. More to follow. I am going to save that as well, in case those titles become important. Ooh, another upgrade. Morning room. The best thing to go with breakfast is a morning newspaper and a coffee. Okay, this is starting to be a good haul. Ooh. The EPCW Pump System User Manual. Pool Series 8. The EPCW pump system is engineered specifically for the luxury requirements of today's indoor in-ground swimming pool and spa. The EPCW system is also expandable, allowing you to use multiple pumps to control the water flow and volume to several different designated tanks and aquatic house features, be it an aquarium, fountain, or good old-fashioned swimming pool. Saving that screenshot. Water level indicator, selection buttons, source labels, okay. Whether you're using a single tank system or an array of pumps, the water control panel serves as a central hub to your EPCW system. The panel is fitted with a number of buttons equal to your own home needs. One button for each water source on the estate. The function is simple. Press a button to select the water source you would like to adjust. For example, if you wish to drain or fill your pool, simply press the button labeled Pool. Regardless of the number of pumps or water sources being used, water can only be adjusted from a source if its corresponding button is selected. So many things I'm needing to record. After you have selected the source using the water control panel, the next step is to set the pump associated with the source to pump either in or out. This will initiate water flow to from one of your supply tanks. Tank, pump lever, the pump, the selected source. A pump may be connected to more than one tank, allowing you to store and retrieve even more water, recommended for cleaning larger Olympic-sized pools. Tank switch. In these cases, a pump is using can be changed by simply flipping the switch. Quick start guide. Use the water control panel to select the water source. Pump the lever to set the water flow direction. All right, good start. I've never had that one. Conference room. In his later years, H.S. Sinclair had become withdrawn from public life and conducted all business from the comfort and privacy of his home. This included the occasional board meetings which were held in the professional setting of this room. Spreading items. Some special rooms allow you to spread items throughout your house. When items are spread, they are immediately placed in several of the rooms currently on your estate. However, if you have a conference room, spread items are gathered in that room instead. But red ones lie. Reminder, after a meeting adjourns, take all conference notes and place them in the office safe. I'll save it, but this is probably a lie. You know what? Yes. I can't use them, but that means that they are saved for tomorrow when I can use them. Because I'm running out of steps. I'm gonna make my way back, but I don't think I'm gonna make it far, because I am seriously running out of steps. Can't use coins. I only have 6 as well, so... Unless I can draft a bedroom somewhere. $19. 5 times 4 is 20. 14, 40, 50. 40 times 4 is 40. 56. Can't be divided by 5. Unless that's... No, that's not... That's minus. So that's 10 divided by 5 is 2. 20. Minus 10 is 10. Times 2 is 20. Divided by 4 is 5. My money can't be taken, so I have keys. I can't use gems. Well, this is the end of my adventure. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Well, I did gain 10. I can't really go anywhere. So I will call it a day. I love how it adds for the exception of the frozen assets. What am I gonna have this time? A mid-sized villa. So now I have 20 more steps. So I am going to double check. Go back to the orchard and see if anything spawns there, which I don't think it does, but want to double check now that I've actually unlocked it. Oh, hi Astel. How are you doing today? Huh, interesting. So I found a new puzzle. Nope, nothing spawns here, but it is good I came back. So apparently I also need to find 4 of those gas-powered things. Oof. Sorry to hear you're tired, man. I hope you can get rest soon. But yes, this is Blueprints, which is a very fun and addictive game. So based on this, I will need to find 3 more of those gas valves. Wherever those are. So basically, the character's grandfather, granduncle, passed away, and he is set to inherit everything he owns, and he owns a lot. This entire manor and all the grounds around it belongs to him, on the premise that he can find the 46th hidden room in his 45-room manor. However, the manor is special in that every day the layout of the manor resets, and you need to work within a certain amount of steps to try and find it. So every day you have a certain amount of steps you can take before you are too tired to keep looking and you have to call it a day. And every day it resets, and so you build out the room. Sorry. But you basically build out the manor every day from scratch until you find the room and can enter it. That is the premise. But just like other roguelike games, you can do things like I've just unlocked the orchard, which lets me start with 20 more steps every day. And I've also unlocked this place where every day I can unlock a new room that will grant me an extra buff. Yes, you have a limited amount of steps, but not actual steps you can take. In the top left corner, you see the 62? Every time you enter a room or a new area, that goes down by 1. So it's only whenever you explore. I think so. I've never actually ran out of steps, so I don't know what happens. Okay, this is new. Simon, so here is where it all ends, at least for me. And all the picturesque places of this grand estate, I chose this dreary dark dungeon to be laid to rest. And that same dim somber fate fell upon my father and his father before him, who loved the outdoors even more than myself. They say there is no stronger bond of servitude than tradition, and family tradition thrice as strong. These are chains that seldom bend and never break. And I do wonder what plans and prospects of yours will be sacrificed upon the family font of convention. What biography of your own will you forsake to add another page to your father's memories or your mother's or mine? In our youth we are gifted with dreams and ambitions, at our death we are left with realities and regrets. I think there is no greater sin than to perpetuate tradition that stagnates growth, that strangles purpose, that suffocates dreams. What point is there to live another's life at the sake of our own? Oh, how I wish to have been buried underneath a great oak, overlooking the plains, the wondrous woods, and the worldly mountains, and the wild holly that surrounds that trunk, a perpetual token of sympathy laid across my grave. What dreadful tradition is that dumped me in this sunless hollow? And if by morbid example this dark crypt makes any impression whatsoever on you, if reading this letter within these damp halls plants in you a seed of hope, if these words might grant you the strength to bend if not break these chains, then would I cherish this tomb more than oak, and sycamore and spruce. More than the wondrous woods and worldly mountains, this cold stone room would become the most cherished place in all of our domain. I would have to raise a shrine upon the spot to commemorate the moment of your liberty, to treat this sepulchre as hallowed grounds, to realize that grand gesture can be as effective as they are theatric, and to, in turn, as recompense for the freedom thus granted you, commit yourself to be buried here within this mausoleum of dreams, and when the day comes to write your own letter to inspire the next generation that follows in our footsteps, as is tradition. Herbert S. Sinclair. I feel like there are things hidden in this tomb. I just don't know what, because it's my first time coming here. Oh, money. Each of our journeys come to a conclusion here in the tomb. The floor plan is the definitive dead end. Or is it? One, two, three. One, two, three. So that doesn't change. So there's probably something hidden here. There is a puzzle here. I just don't have the means to solve it yet. But now it's time to explore the house. Food also gives me more steps. I've never had the secret passage, but I don't... Ooh, magnifying glass. That's good. Aw, I lost the upgrade disc that I got. Didn't find a room I could use it in. Wish I could buy that metal detector. Ooh, got a key. Metal detector gives you a chance to have random resources spawn in a room. So it's just a chance to get more resources. Things like money, keys, and gems. Okay, now can I see anything on here? I don't know if there's anything hidden there. So ads are gonna start soon. I am going to take a break when the ads begin, and I'll be back once they're over. Gonna do the ladyship chamber. The next time you enter boudoir, gain 10 steps. The next time you enter the walk-in closet, gain 3 gems. That is actually really good. Coin purse. That's great. Ooh, upgrade disc. I assume that is younger Herbert. But yes, ad break. I'll be back in a moment. But yes, hi Shady. How are you? How is your day going? Luna, stop. Luna. I'll take a picture of that just to be safe. It might be nothing, but you never know. That's nice. Glad to hear you're doing a good job. Hope you can manage to get some rest in later. Her ladyship's diary is locked. Okay, so I need something to open that. Okay, I'll give Luna. There. The Luna has been given treats. I wanted to create another dead end. Ooh, key. But yeah, I wanted to create another dead end so that I was able to go back to the tomb and get a bunch of money and then continue exploring. So this book is written by the main character's mother before she disappeared. So I have 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. 3 dead ends. So that's 15 coins. So let me quickly go back to the tomb. At some point I'll have to find out a way to figure out this puzzle as well. Okay, I've built out a good section to this way, so now I need to build, but I also need to come over here, so that's gonna be a challenge. Oh, banana. Until further notice, entity has been unlocked and access levers are no longer required, so that is a lie. Oh, right, I have another upgrade. So that's another thing that's permanently going to change, and that's going to be an advantage for us in future runs. Huh. Give me the random effect. I like a bit of change to the monotony. But now... Hi. Unlocked. Back. Exit. That's another dead end. Ooh. I like that. This is also a new room. The grand Baroque hall of Mount Holly is impressive to behold. The ornamented passage is flanked with marble pillars and features bust statues of the more prominent figures of the Sinclair family legacy. J. Ariena, Baron Edwin Sinclair, Count Isaac Gates, Lord William Epson, Baron Thomas Sinclair, Major Nicholas Key the Fourth. Her ladyship's chamber, tucked quietly away in the west wing of Mount Holly, is the decorative bedroom of your grandmother, Lady Epson. The style you find unique in the house, a fitting tribute to her childhood home in Arija. This Sinclair family crypt is as gloomy as it is immense. The true Sinclair legacy lies here, resting underneath the stones, a parade of distant relations and forgotten ancestors. I typically work over at Cinca Labs, but got sent over here for a month to assist more with the new turbine tests. I think I need some help. For the past 3 days, I've been unable to find a laboratory on the estate. Today was the first success on that front. Can anyone tell me if this is typical, and if so, how do I get any work done? Before I arrived, I was briefed on the way to doors work, but I must admit I did not expect to be excluded from my new workstation for the first week. Any tips from a fellow technician would be appreciated. Kimberly Thompson. Oh no. Well, I have successfully blocked myself off, because I cannot open this without a keycard. Heating and cooling curves. H2O melting point at... Effective immediately, electronic mail can only be accessed via the security terminal, which we know is a lie. This machine requires additional power piped in from the boiler room. No power. And I probably can't access the boiler room even. In the laboratory, you are free to experiment by testing and combining different mechanics to create an original and unique house feature that will last until the end of the day. Select A, choose a cause from column A and an effect from column B. Each time you find some trash while digging, set your steps to 40. Each time you unlock or bypass a security door, gain 3 gold for each of the red rooms in your house. When you draw off the red room, lose 5 steps and then set your dice to 2. Start experiment. No experiments found. Wishes logs will be available for the day after the experiment has been performed. Okay, noise warning for those listening. There's gonna be a sharp noise for a moment. Additions are rooms that are added to the draft pool. Most additions are removed from the draft pool at the end of each day. However, some additions are permanent, such as those found in the drafting studio. A set amount of gold granted at the beginning of each day. Your allowance is typically left in the entrance hall each morning. Okay. A blessing is a persistent benefit that lasts for several days, typically bestowed from a shrine after an offering of gold has been made. The east wing rooms of the house are the 9 rooms that border the very right edge of the house. Yes. State, exhaust. When you you're exhausted. Experiment. From the terminal located in the laboratory, scientists and technicians can create experimental house features by selecting a trigger and an effect. This experimental feature will last until the end of the day. We all need a bit of it. Luck determines the likelihood that you will find additional items in room on your estate. Luck can be raised by certain items in rooms marked on their floor plan by a clover. Okay. Well, I can't do anything because I can't open the door. It's a shame because I got a lot of gems and coins, but I can't do anything with it. But at least I have 20 permanent steps, so I can actually explore more overall. So I do need something in the orchard. I need to take a picture of something in case I get the tomb again in the future. I have been getting better at farming resources though, so I am making progress slowly. Ooh. Haven't had this before. Drafting, blueprint, dead end, outer room, unusual. Schoolhouse. Long before Reddington Elementary was open, school convened in a single small building. As the student body grew over the years, the need for separate classrooms for each grade arose, and the Mount Holly Schoolhouse was officially closed down. Herbie. Oh, wait. Found another one of these. I should try to get to the garage again. If I can open that, there might be another one of those hidden there. It's something I should keep in mind. Closing address. For the last 38 years, it has been my pleasure of serving as your schoolmaster in this humble little facility, and meager as it may look by modern standards, I think most of us who spend our afternoons here will readily admit that we were reluctant to see this small piece of Reddington history go. I first wish to thank Lady Epson, our most gracious host today, for not only paying attention in my classes those many years ago, but for all the fundraising she has done on behalf of our community and our children. Without her, Reddington Elementary would still be a distant and blurry vision, a vision that I dared not even dream. That dreamer is, of course, the incomparable Mrs. Peterson, our future principal and my reluctant successor, who I might add, forced me to give this speech, so I think I'll end my praise of her here, though she deserves much more, I'll admit. To the architect of our new school, the Baron Sinclair, thank you for following in your father's footsteps in building Reddington yet another school, and for also allowing the use of your own private residence and floor plans to serve as our interim facility until the new campus is completed in March, a decision I'm certain he will immediately regret tomorrow morning when he hears the children running through his halls. And lastly, I wish to thank all of my students, many of you here today whom I have not seen in years, whose faces I still remember as young and manners wild, those here whose parents before them I have also taught and whose children I may yet. Without you, I would have had a lifetime of peace and quiet, and yet, what is all the peace in the world if you have no one to bestow the merits upon? Thank you all sincerely. My time here has meant the world to me, and if I'm still standing in 8 months, I will see you all at a slightly less melancholic ribbon-cutting ceremony next year. I don't have an allowance yet, so I'm probably not gonna get any money yet. Starting strong with 2 dead ends. I've never had a classroom, so why not? Benny. B plus color worksheet. Fill in each object below with the correct color. I don't know if this is important, but I'm gonna make a screenshot of it. More steps. Oh boy, we're starting early with dead ends. This hasn't been my smartest build. A box next to this box contains the gems. A box next to this box displays a false statement. That is false, so that must be true. So that must mean this one? Yes. Okay, now I need to go back. Don't really have money, so do I have items? Nope. Give me more steps. I think this is the first time this window is open. I shouldn't start using gems yet. However, I wanna try and get this early. Because I wanna do this. The Fixed Stars, Stargazer's Companion Constellation by Richard Witt. Preface. This book contains a complete star base, a list of constellations and the observed effects that accompany the appearance of each one. Depending on the number of stars that can be seen in the sky on any given day, different constellations of various sizes may be visible, sometimes more than one on a single day. This book, a solid base for astronomy, will help you easily identify these constellations, impress your friends, and discover the joy of stargazing. North Star. Okay, so those are the same. I think this is all the same. Well, this isn't a good start. I'm gonna have to hope that it spawns a keycard, which it does not. RNG has not been in my favor today. I know it's the... I should probably stop setting it to high until I find the lockbox, but that is all I can do today. This has been my smallest house yet. But I am gathering more and more clues, so I think I'm making progress. I've never been to the root cellar, so give me that. An underground store of jarred vegetables and fruits from Mount Holly's gardens. It's always amazing what great things come from a little digging around in the dirt. Ooh, potato. Now all of this would be, these dig spots would be great to have if I had a shovel. Which I do not. Herbert Sinclair. Oh, it's Simon. Herbert, Simon, Clara. Simon and Clara have Mary. Simon H. Just to be safe, in case there's another family tree that I need to fill in as part of the puzzle. Now I have all the names. Let me also just check something before I go in. Okay, so those two flames keep on. So that is another puzzle I'm gonna need to solve eventually. It's a shame that it is this early, because that only functions at rank 8. But I'm trying to... You know what? It's a good one to start. So I have two ways. Corridor? Sure. Hallway. That's a good one. I think money's gonna be important, so give me money and food. Have no inventory. So let's do the parlor. It's a dead end for a parlor, but only one box is true. The black box contains the gems, the blue box contains the gems. Because if I pick either of those, then two boxes would be right. If only one box is true, then it was neither the black nor the blue one the gems were in. So don't change anything yet until I get the breaker room. This is one of those days where I really need to find the shovel. Man, so many dig spots. And nowhere to actually dig. Well, no shovel to dig with. Give me 4 items. Give me shovel. 1, 2, 3. Nope, no shovel. Aww. Well, this isn't good. Ooh. In addition to having a bouquet of colorful fish swimming within them, each tank in the aquarium is also inspired by the decor and colors of the various types of room found throughout the estate, including 1 or 2 red herrings. Red room, green room, hallway, bedroom, shop, black print, blueprint. Black print? Walk-in closet. The stylish and smart clothes in this generally sized closet belong to the former mistress of the estate, Lady Epson. Though the small dressing room has not been used in many years, it is nevertheless kept up and preserved in the state you find it now. A fully staffed research facility furnished with all the manners of scientific equipment and measurement devices. This home laboratory provides a controlled environment in a remote location far from prying eyes and traditional safety regulations. Dedicated to deep freeze and cold storage, Mount Holly's freezer is an insulated space kept almost as rigid as the snowy mountains of Korarica. Sustaining a sub-zero temperature is vital for keeping the items in this room under ice. I'm gonna lose 2 steps entering, but it's fine. Don't need to enter that. Coin. Hopefully I find something good. 12. 5. 20. So that is also 5. 20. Times 1 plus 19 is 20. Minus 6 is 14. Times 2 is 28. Divided by 7 is 4. Keys, but no gems. That is risky. It's a dead end, but I doubt there's anything in here. Don't have a key card, so I can't access that door. I have a key. Now they give me the breaker room. Oh, I... What was that bell sound? Okay. So I'm gonna try something. So it's Christmas, right? And the safe was a Christmas gift? $12.25, which is Christmas Day. Four. Wait. Let me take a screenshot of that. Herbert, I was distraught to learn that you have chosen to omit the details of our dear Marison's disappearance from the public record. It is no surprise to me that the royal court would want this embarrassment kept as quiet as possible, but I am shocked that you have so little regard for your own niece that you would play the king's scullion and stoop to kissing the foot that treads upon her memory. She gave up on her family, her fortune and her life, and all you can do is think of your name. Having never had a family name nor fortune of my own, I cannot personally condemn you for faltering in your commitment to make the same sacrifices she did. But for the love of God, do not by that same display of weakness clutch your petty assets so tightly that you undermine the cause that she forfeited everything to further. And I will read the rest after the ads. See you all in a moment. And we are back. So without further ado, let's continue. Having never had our countrymen must be made aware of the price she paid and must be made to see the color of the flag she flew as she rode into the darkness of 100 nights. To deny her story is to deny her life. If through your silence you blessed his betrayal, our son Simon, your heir, will inherit a fortune of lies and will spit upon your grave when he learns of your cursed foolishness. Needless to say, we will not be coming for Christmas this year. Daniel. I only have one passageway, so I can't afford to place a dead end. Locked, no keys, and unless there's something here I can pick up, this might be the end of my adventure. I'm gonna add this as well to a side branch. Because I have this as well. Only thing I can try and see is if I've missed anything by going back to the security room. Of course, the day that I need a shovel, I don't find one. I do have a big estate now this time, so it is going better. Nothing. So, let me quickly make my way outside. and call it a day. The one thing that I do want to see... Who is Daniel? It's not in the family tree, so... Mount Holly Inn, east-facing inn. You know, if I had known, because I did misunderstand what the guessing room, the guest room is instead of the guest room. If that was the case, I should have gotten the one with the allowance. However, the one with the allowance actually only starts after I've entered the antechamber once. So... That would have been helpful until later. This one isn't useful now. I could use this one, but I want to risk starting with... Ooh, that's a good start. And a sledgehammer. Yes, please. What does the red letter mean? Give me a moment, 'cause that is curious. Oh, okay, so apparently there are more of them. So that's interesting. I'm not gonna look up more because I don't want to be spoiled, but now I know that there's more red letters. Let's start with that. Okay, pantry will give me a fruit and money. Ooh, more money. I don't need keys for those now, so I hope more of them spawn. Let's make that a storeroom. Ooh, more money. The white box is true. The other two boxes are false. The other two boxes are empty. I reasoned it because this said the other two boxes are empty. So I was like, okay, so if it says that the other two boxes are false, so let's assume that is true. Then that would make sense. And that would also make sense because then that's the only one where the location is, so that would mean that it's in here. No, wait. I know my reasoning was right, I just forgot my own reasoning. Kinda like that. And a gem. Give me 2 items. A dice, that's not bad, and a gem. I do have a bit of a ways to backtrack, but... let's try something else. Ooh, that is helpful. Also, don't think I ever got that one. I'm gonna take this, because I actually want to try and get the benefit of this one early. Ooh, that's a good one. So now I will always start off the game with 1 coin so I can go outside and throw it in the wishing well. And I have an A now, an allowance. Oh, coin. Never had that one. I think that's a good one to add. Also, broken lever. That is important. This room is always warm as its glass walls and roof help to retain the sun's ray. The gardener, however, should be scolded for the soil here is dry and flower beds are devoid of all signs of life. Okay, that is another thing that I want to save. So I don't think I can use that. Nope, not here. Wait, what? I can use that. Okay. Still no shovel though. I don't have the security room yet. However, I have found this, so I can turn that off. I'm gonna turn off the gymnasium. Gonna turn on these two. Now comes the difficult part. I have the solution to the vac, although I don't know what that does. So the blue. Off. Green. White. Let's say that that's also off. Blue, green, red, purple. Green. Red. Now, before I'm gonna try and solve this, because I have the solution. I have the correct sequence, but I don't know how to get white. Oh, wait, I think I understand. So... Okay, I think I understand this puzzle. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Okay, so this is a difficult puzzle, but... Basically, I need to get this one to white. If I can get that one to white, I can solve the rest. Oh, okay. So that one is white. That one is off. Blue. Green. Red. Okay. I just unlocked something else. I got a mine? The gemstone cavern has been permanently unlocked and added to your campsite. Starting tomorrow, you will start each new day with 2 gemstones. That's amazing. That is a good start. 1 coin, 2 gemstones. Oh, yes it is. Also, hi Teresio. How are you today? How was your Friday? And welcome to the Wastelands. But yes, this game is amazing. I'm having a lot of fun, even though I'm not really lucky. I turned off the lights to the gymnasium, so I should not lose steps. Nice. Found the car keys, that's a good start. Oh no, I boxed myself in. Whoops. I was like, hey, this one has 3 doors, it'll lead straight through. I didn't look how the room was built. Well, I did another unlock, so it's good either way, but... Wow, I failed. Well, I can use the extra steps to go check out the mine. And hope that it has another faucet I can turn off. Although, why would that be in a mine? I expect one to be in a boiler room. But I'm still missing one more to find another secret. Here is the last of the equipment for the new mine. I don't think... Yes, and I'm enjoying it. It's also a unique thing to do that with a roguelike game. Because most roguelikes are action-based. The fact that there is one that's actually a puzzle game is so enjoyable. Here is the last of the equipment for the new mine. I don't think we're gonna need more than this, especially if we're gonna limit excavation to 2 stones per day. I was told by the engineer that getting greedier than that might risk the structural integrity of the cave walls, so I suppose we'll have to adhere to his expert opinion, at least for now. We managed to remove all but 1 minecart from the old tunnels, 2 of which were too rusted and worn down to be of any use to us up here, so Dave went ahead and made the call to scrap them. I'm not sure that the foreman is going to be too happy about that, but hopefully you can smooth it over. Now there is still 1 more cart down there, but it's locked on a short track and it's way too difficult to move from the reservoir side. It's a little bit awkward because it's blocking the passage. So I suggest someone move it from the other side if they can get over there. The boss informed us that there are 2 other ways into the site from that side, but I think we're gonna leave that for someone else to finish up if the old man really wants it done. So that's probably somewhere I have to go from inside. Oh, there is a valve. So I'm missing 1 more. I need to find 1 more valve. I would assume there's one in the boiler room. Yeah, I'm actually happy with that. Because I need to restart anyway, so... Are you also playing this game? If you don't mind me asking? Yeah, it's not too big this time, but I did kind of block myself off. Despite that, I did a lot today, so I'm actually happy that it's smaller, so I have a better start tomorrow. Actually, in one day I managed to permanently start with 1 gold coin and 2 gems, so I shouldn't complain. Oh, I can give you a hint, if you wish, to help you figure out one of the puzzles in this game. Something that they're not really clear about, but if you think about it, I think you can come to a solution. Oh! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Wasteland. Your support is appreciated. Now here's for the hint. Have you gone to the boudoir yet? Well, you might want to write this down because it's going to be important. In the boudoir is a safe. It's a pretty obvious one. That's not the issue. But the code to the safe... Oh, and the code to the safe... There is a picture in the boudoir. All I'm going to say, because it's still not clear, it also took me some help. That safe was a Christmas gift. That should help you figure out what the code is. Master Simon, good morning. It has come to my attention that you have been granted a daily allowance to use while on the estate. If it is convenient for you, I will leave the required sum here in the entrance hall each morning. If there is anything else you require, please do not hesitate to ask. Even though we have all been requested to remove ourselves from the premises during your stay, I can assure you I am still personally overseeing that the estate is at least operating at a baseline standard of service that I hope you will one day come to expect of us. Anne Babbage, house manager. So, okay. Also, you can toss coins that you have in the fountain, but I have not yet figured out what that does. I've just been doing one every day, so... So I have never had a trading post. But I also don't have items. But I should try that out if I do find an item. Dynamite, a little too dangerous to pick up. Oh, sure. Yes, what is it? I'll take a bit of help. Oh, yeah, I figured that out already. So it only goes... The one thing I'm trying to figure out... Okay, so that is probably the only thing that can go down. Okay, I think I have it somewhat figured out. That will move up. There we go. You have been rewarded an allowance token. Your allowance has been permanently raised by 2. So now I'm starting with 3 coins. Perfect. It might be... The dynamite might be important because I can interact with it. But that will probably be for something in the future. Not right away. Still, this is a good start. Now if I find an item, I can come back here and trade it for something I want. And yes, it was a little tricky, but once I understood how the puzzle worked... Huh, okay. Now, let's see. Oh, thank you. It's made by one of my friends who actually created this for me. Both of them, since I'm using 2 PNGs for it. Tama the Tamago. I'll if you give me a moment, I'll post her Twitch on... I commissioned this from her. Okay, oof. That's not a good start. Give me the bedroom, at least that'll give me 2 steps. more money. Although this is going to be a horrible corner. Yeah, sure, go for it.
Brother, get the flamer. The heavy flamer.
So it's a bit of a waste. But let me build this. Okay, let me get this hallway. It's a good point to get a breaker. I assume doing this again is not going to solve anything. Turn off the gymnasium, turn on the garage. Well, it is something I'm saving up for. But that is things that I'm working towards into the future. Next for key. I need to save my gems more. One of my issues is I start using my gems too much. I'm very much somebody who's like fascinated with different forms of the apocalypse, apocalyptic stories and such, and I love gas masks. I just really love the look of gas masks. And there's a bit of a lore story behind the model. Involves a bit of time travel. No. No, I don't have a lore video because I never made one. It's very much just something that gets continuously developed. And no, I have not seen the series Chernobyl. I've also not seen the Fallout series yet, which is something I do need to watch. Oof. I am gonna need this. Sledgehammer is something. I just wish it was a shovel. Because I'm not finding as many trunks as I'm finding digging places. Why is it always giving me dead ends? I can use that dice. Sure. Well, I'm gonna say not on my stream, but you could always join the Discord and talk there about it. If you join Discord, I'll reach out when I have the means to afford it. Yeah, you can. If you click on the Discord button below my stream, you will be able to join the public Discord that I made, the Wastelands Discord. Well, extra money. Another cutscene.
As it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. The image is becoming clear. I see the darkened cloud of ruin, familiar to us both, now decrepit, run down, and in disrepair. I see 8 red envelopes.
I did.
Resting upon 8 pedestals. And in these 8 envelopes, I see 8 letters penned by 8 different hands. 8 letters of which you will only ever find and read 7. Just like the art hanging on the walls of these rooms, there is a letter missing. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Well, I already started collecting those letters. I already have one of them. My building layout is not looking good today. The white box is false. The blue box is false. The gems are in the box with a false statement. This has to be true because it's the only hint that says where the gems are. So this has to be a true statement, which means one of the false statements, which means this is a false one. Which means this is a true one, so it has to be in this one. Also, the ad's starting soon. I'm gonna be taking a short ad break and I'll continue once the ads are done. I sadly need this. The third largest city in Fen Ares and site of its former capital, Reddington is synonymous with mountains, mystery and magic. Most tourists head straight for the boardwalk and don't get much further than the botanical gardens. However, Reddington has much more to offer. Spectacular scenery, a historic castle and a charming underground bazaar reward visitors who wish to explore further. Reddington is that type of unique, enchanting place that lingers in your mind and memories long after you leave her. The Botanical Gardens, Reddington's most popular attraction and guaranteed crowd pleaser. The Botanical Gardens is loved by both locals and visitors for its Aegean canopy house and mausoleum, its petal-covered trails, and the mind-boggling variety of flowers. This is the reason springtime in Reddington's busiest season. Situated just east of town, the Botanical Gardens offer a scenic and captivating tableau of the natural countryside. A cobblestone trail meanders past over 1,000 species of tropical plants, each remarkable in its own right, yet even more stunning set against the spectacular backdrop of Reddington Mountains. Allow yourself at least an hour to indulge in this picturesque walk, which concludes at Mainway Station. Featherfall Keep. You will find sitting at the base of Mount Perma Paddington, the highest summit, a historic site described by scholars as significantly important to the realm's past. Featherfall Keep, the former home of Lord William Espen, has until recently always been a private residence, serving as a family home to the Espens since before the Third Era. And the rest I will read after the break. See you all in a moment. estate never to return. However, the daughter stayed, maintaining the residence and its staff until her marriage in 1951. At that point, Featherfall Keep ceased to be a family residence. It began operating as a historic house museum and tourist attraction, and the estate was designated a National Historic Landmark in 1972. It is still believed that many of Featherfall was built by the first king of Orinda Aries when Reddington was still the capital. However, surfaced documents containing conflicting dates have recently cast some doubt on the long-standing myth. Trinsdale Lake. Close your eyes and imagine tranquil, serene stillness, rolling fogs, clear water, and gliding swans. In the midst of all that beauty sits Trinsdale Lake, one of Fen Airy's premier vacation destinations, exclusive for its more privileged citizens. The lakeside resort and cabins have been frequented by royalty and the realm's gentry for generations. However, on the southern shore of the lake, tourists are free to enjoy the views and rub elbows with the rich and famous in the 100 Bells Tea Room, which is open to the general public for lunch on Mondays and Fridays. Mount Holly. At the elevation of 11,220 feet, Mount Holly is the tallest mountain in the Reddington Range and the highest peak in the entire realm. Beyond the physical challenge itself, climbing Mount Holly Trail is a beautiful experience and one that many hikers and explorers will want to do at least once. It's only a few hours from Reddington to get to the trailhead, and you won't need any local guides or special gear if you tackle the trail during the summer season. However, those willing to give this mountain a significant amount of planning and research will be greatly rewarded, whether or not they actually summit. On the opposite side of the peak, far from the trail, rests the estate of Mount Holly, nestled between the summit's northern slope and saddle. This 80-acre mountain residence is almost as old as Reddington itself. However, unlike Featherfall Keep, the property has been completely private since the closing of the Mount Holly Schoolhouse in '66. Still, hikers will be able to appreciate the house's unique architecture at a distance from one of the trail's many north-facing overlooks. Mainway Station Bazaar. For the sentimental tourists wishing to pick up a souvenir to remember their stay, one might try braving the Mainway Station Bazaar. But don't be too hasty without proper guidance. The Mainway Station can be a dangerous place located underground. This unique marketplace was once Reddington's central railway station, in a time when the realm's trains were still in service. Now the turnstiles, footbridge, and platform have been appropriated and turned into a cavern of tents and torches. Whether you are bargain hunting, looking for adventure, or finding memento to commemorate your visit, the Mainway Station Bazaar will be a worthy conclusion to your sightseeing adventure in Reddington. I'm gonna save this in a document so I can keep track of that whenever I need it. Wait, books for sale? Okay, I should remember this. Reddington Herald, a new clue sold out in hours. It should come as no surprise that the latest book from local author Marion Marigold is breaking literary records and making headlines even in absentia. The release of her new book, A New Clue, comes only 14 months after the distressful report of the author's mysterious and unexplained disappearance. Her current publisher has issued a statement debunking the conspiracy theory surrounding the book's recent announcement, stating, the writing of the book was completed and well into the editing stations many months before the disappearance. In addition, the publisher has revealed that all the proceeds from the first edition sale of A New Clue will be going to Lasting Hope, a non-profit organization that aims to provide resources and intel in the investigation of missing persons. Still, the timing and conveniently mysterious title of Marigold's third book has left many cynics denouncing the book and her disappearance as a cheap publicity stunt. Detective Bon Margle, who many theorize may have been the inspiration for A New Clue, was quoted only saying that the book was unintentionally accurate. Regardless of their opinions, Fans, pundits, and cynics alike were standing together elbow to elbow in the bookshop queue this morning, eager to get their hands on what may very well be the last verse ever published by the missing author. Well, I finally got my way to the boiler room. So I've solved this, I just don't know what it does. Okay, let's see where this is gonna turn out. Locked, and I don't have a key. Good point to call it a day. I solved the boiler room puzzle, and I think the way the boiler room works is that it needs to be connected to other rooms that need the boiler room. But right now I don't know which rooms those are. I forgot I could trade an item. Whoops. So I have found all the outer rooms. So now I can just grab whatever I need. I do want to try and get another trading room going so that I can try and trade items. And let's start with a tool. Ooh! I love this start. This one and this one. Now I just need to get the thing that spawns 2 chests at the start of the entrance hall, and I'm set. Except that needs a gem. Might do that if I can get an early one going. Oof, that was a good guess. Don't have an item. Don't want to lose money. Ooh, coin. Sure, why not? Okay, that's good. Never had a rabbit's foot before. It's kind of silly, but I can do this. Let's see if there's nothing else. Nope. All of these are a dead end, so I'm gonna make a storeroom where I can at least get some stuff out of it. Okay. That will be helpful if I find an apple. I have to take this. Chest. Not a bad find. Car keys and a gem. I have the gem bag that I used to get here. Okay, then. Nothing hidden here. The billiard room. Another coin. One. Two. 12. $11 minus 3 is 8. Times 1 is 8. Divided by 4 is 2. 19 minus 11 is 8 times 3 is 24 divided by 12 is 2. Ooh, silver key. Give me 4 items. That's 1. 2. Huh, that's a new item. I've never seen that key. Okay, give me the parlor. Coin. Ooh. Magnifying glass, nice. The gems are in the blue box. The false boxes are both true. The true boxes are both empty. I'm gonna take a gamble because I don't know which one this is. Aww. Black has betrayed me. Okay, that's pretty good. Guess I'll make a dining room. Okay, that is good. Compass? And that is the end of this room. Can't go anywhere again. I'll be able to do one, maybe two more runs. I guess we'll see when we get there. A mid-sized villa. Let's open all the doors in the beginning and see if Annie will give me that vault key, the code thing. Nope. Give me another chance at the classroom. This book was graciously gifted by Simon P. Jones. Volume 4. August issue. Contents, okay. Tools of the trade. Taking issue with inventory. In the world of drafting, the tools an architect wields are crucial in shaping their vision and bringing their designs to life. The precision, elegance, and functionality of these instruments can have a profound effect on the drafting process and the final outcome of your project. That's why it's very important to choose the right tools to complement your drafting techniques. In this issue of Drafting Strategy, we will dive into the vast realm of inventory, bringing to light the many hidden tools of the trade that can enhance your favorite strategies and elevate your architectural ambitions to unprecedented heights. From classic compasses and T-squares to state-of-the-art software upgrades, the variety of drafting tools are available to architects is staggering. As we navigate this diverse landscape, regardless of whether you are a seasoned professional seeking to refine your toolkit or a budding draftsman searching for a basic set of instruments, the following articles will provide invaluable insight and guidance for architects of all levels. The Guiding Compass, an introduction to drafting items. Gems. You can't have a conversation about drafting items without starting with gems. These valuable stone allow architects to draft special floor plans. Stopwatch. A more short-term, very short-term alternative to paying gem costs is utilizing a stopwatch to bypass any gem costs you encounter during a frantic 1-minute drafting dash. Emerald bracelet. Of course, if you are wealthy enough to be able to afford to purchase it from the showroom, this very high-end luxury item removes the gem cost of special floor plans altogether. Repellent spray. But why remove gem costs when you can just remove the whole room? Repellent spray can free you of that annoying floor plan for up to a week. Ivory dice. Dice are a resource that allow you to reroll a new floor plan while drafting. Brass compass. A useful drafting tool that adjusts the orientation of floor plans. If a room has another exit, it will have a high chance to lead north. Silver key. The orientation of floor plan matters a lot less when rooms have tons of doors. Silver keys all but guarantees that your draft will result in a room with enough doors to ensure they lead where you want them to go. Gear wrench. The first item that can adjust the rarity of floor plans in the draft pool. Although it only works on mechanical rooms, it's a useful tool for customizing your experience. Ornate compass. Another luxury item from the showroom, and likely the most useful drafting tool on this list. Ornate compass allows you to rotate floor plans as you draft them, allowing you to position doors to your advantage. I need that. Glue, grease, and guts. Crafted from the depths of resourcefulness and innovations. Contraptions are makeshift creations born from the fusion of two or more distinct tools, though soldering, taping, and a liberal amount of hot glue. Inventors can use the workbench found in the workshop to bring together disparate elements to forge something far greater than the sum of its parts. Blind experimentation is often the most rewarding avenue for true innovators, but those crafters who need a bit of inspiration or guidance, we have included a list of common contraption components to kickstart your creative journey. I am going to print screen this. Perhaps the most exciting item in the architect can come across is an upgrade. Upgrade disk. This floppy data disk houses a wellspring of unique architectural plans designed explicitly for a specific room. By inserting the disk into the computer terminal, architects gain the ability to shape the destiny of a room, guided by the enticing designs contained on the disk. This myriad of options not only allows architects to craft floor plans that align with their preferred strategies, but also enable them to adapt their creations to evolving project requirements. Furthermore, the upgrade disk's array of plans ensure that no two architecturals will follow the same path, fostering a landscape of diverse architectural designs. 16 total disks have been issued. I think I have 3 of them. Tooltips. Tricks for itemized success. Stringing together adjoining hallways always has been the most straightforward strategy when using a hall pass. Drafting floor plans like tunnels and secret passages are easy ways to set up for longer chains of hallways. You can adjust the settings in the terminal located in the security to make security doors more or less common. If you haven't found a keycard, it's worth changing the settings to high, and if you haven't, you may want to set them to low. For the endeavoring gardener, a watering can is a fundamental tool, but did you know you can refill this item with water? All you need to do is find a faucet with running water. Most green rooms can only be drafted along the edges of your house, and the secret garden is no exception. You can use this key on any locked door leading to one of these room positions. If you have come across a fancy ruby socketed candlestick, you may want to take note in case you can find an item that can produce a flame. These specific candlesticks contain mechanical triggers that are tripped when a candle is lit. Tools are cool, but they are not only as good as the architects who harness their capabilities. As you finish reading this issue of Drafting Strategies, I want you to open your menu and look at your inventory. Take a moment to look at each item and contemplate the true potential they all hold. The same potential you see there is the same potential that resides within yourself, for it is not the tools themselves that will sculpt the grand structures and monuments of tomorrow, but the deft hands and brilliant minds of architects like you. I don't have a lot of bedrooms, so... I have locked myself out of placing a room, but right now I should be more worried about me going towards the end, not yet going for the achievement to fill up the entire grid. A utility room serving as a central hub for controlling the heating and steam power supply to various rooms of the estate. Steam power is conveyed in the estate through steam ducts that run through selected rooms. These floor plans must be drafted in an alignment that will facilitate the steam traveling through the house to reach its intended destination. I need to remember to get the other book again so that I can I lost my train of thought. What happens if I have already drawn the library? I can make 2 libraries. Would be neat to try and see what happens if I do that. Ooh, dice. Yes. This is a dead end, so I'm gonna... Ooh, another dice. Let's hope they come in handy. Okay, let's see what we're gonna get out of this. 4, 7, 14. 5, 6, 8, 16. 11, 16. 32. 8. Ooh. Now I need to get a... Now I need to get the security room. If I can get the security room, it would be perfect. No, dining room. Let me risk it. And of course it gives me a hallway when I can't open any doors. And the furnace room. Great. Well, might as well. I'm happy I got that. Ooh. Let's go this way first. Let's see what the secret passage does. Oh, so I need to... Okay, I know that for next time now. A small dead-end room with an ordinary bookcase that exemplifies that the best of the means to escape the confinements of our world has always been through books. So this should be 2nd grade. Yep. I'm gonna save this, but I think that's for the dart. That's a hint for the dartboard. Wait, which ones are wrong? Oh, that one's wrong. Oof. Additions. Yep. It's a hint for the dartboard. So the other classroom should be a hint for something as well. I just don't know what yet. Yes. I'm gonna need to get that so I have a couple more passageways. Okay, that's kind of where I wanted it to go, so that works in my advantage. The false box contains the gems. The black box is true. The black box is false. So if the false, so that should be true. Since that is true, which means this is false, which means this one contains the gems. Ooh, sledgehammer. Don't mind if I do. And no keys, of course. I don't have the security room yet, right? No, I don't. I just have been really unlucky that I haven't drawn it yet. I have to get that. Really? Never been to the laundry room, so I might as well check it out. A standard hub for domestic toil, complete with washers, dryers, and a state-of-the-art steam-powered unit, leveraging the newly installed steam ducts leading from the boiler room. Despite its innocent appearance, this inconspicuous space is rumored to launder more than just linen. Which I can't use because it's not connected. Countless shelves of documents and towering file cabinets make this otherwise immense space seem small and cramped. These archives contain almost a century of records and files pertaining to the Sinclair family's numerous interests, many of which are sealed and unable to be accessed. Another ad break, so this will be my last run, seeing how far I come. August 22, 85. Marigold wins Herald-led literary honor. Popular children's writer Marion Marigold adds yet another feather to her scholastic cap when she discovered on Thursday that her picture book Swimbird has been chosen as the Herald Literary Medal Illustrated Book of the Year. This is Marigold's second time winning this prestigious honor. The previous medal was, of course, for her debut effort. She was no stranger to the public eye, even before her literary success, the niece and closest living relation of Baron H.S. Sinclair. Mary began using Marigold as a pen name to free her from the political associations that one might make with the Sinclair family. January 27, 86. Swinburne author never considered herself success. By Gail Herms, Harold Staffright. She confided, "My son was the one that actually got me to start writing. I had always challenged myself to never tell him the same story twice at bedtime, and so we ran out of books we owned. My imagination had to take over from there." Marigold had elaborated in previous interview that her debut book, Red Prince, is based on her son and his inflexible love of the color red, a statement that has been held with much skepticism by the many pundits that viewed that book as a rather thinly veiled political critique of the Royalist Party and their unwavering blind loyalty to the throne. November 11, 86. Publisher and author detained by Red Guard. Question. Caleb Manning and his publisher Philip White were two of the 36 names that appeared on a leaked dossier naming them a person of interest in the Tinsdale bombing that killed 4 people last Tuesday. Although no group has come forward to officially take responsibility of the attack, it is widely believed that authorities to be the work of the insurgent group RLCF, who also calls themselves the Children of Blackwater. Ruffington Press was quick to dismiss the rumors in a statement released on Friday, maintaining that the popular author and Mr. White were simply victims of unfortunate happenstance, whatever that means. This would not be the first time that the publishing house has defended a rogue employee. 3 years ago, an associate editor with the company was arrested for criminal conspiracy, though the charges were later dropped. Marigold drops publisher. Local author and popular personality Marion Marigold has announced a split with her long-term publishing partner, Ruffington Press, citing personal reasons. The announcement came after the arrest last week of fellow author and colleague Caleb Manning, whom Marigold has past referred to as her mentor, friend, and confidant. Marigold is the third prominent writer to distance themselves from the publisher this week. Manning and White at press function. Was seen at the corner, suspicious bag under the wave down a local. This is the third major last year. This is... Anyway, I'll be back after the breaks. See you all in a moment. whose fanciful stories are written under the pen name Marion Marigold, was last seen by a close friend around 3:45 p.m. Friday, getting into the carriage after a late luncheon date at the 100 Bells Tea Room in Twinsdale. Mrs. Jones never arrived home and the carriage driver cannot be located. Family and local authorities are very concerned but have not deemed the case foul play. It's an out-of-character incident at this point and we are seeking information. Priceless jewels stolen in dramatic royal museum heist. Thieves in the royal capital of Fen Ares have broken into one of the Crown's fabled closed exhibits. These lavish rooms have historically been reserved exclusively for the use of aristocracy and high peerage, and access has never been granted to those outside noble circles, at least not until today, as local police and forensic experts have been spotted in virtually every corner of the museum ground dredging for clues. The museum authorities said they were alerted in the middle of the night by reports of several masked intruders seen breaching the south wall and brandishing firearms. The intruders broke into the museum, subdued the royal guard, and disabled the security system. By the time the militia arrived on scene, the burglars had simply vanished. Although an official registry of the lost jewels has not been publicly announced, among the treasured artifacts rumored to be stolen is the renowned ruby crown of Orinda Ares, the priceless crown jewels whose material worth pales in comparison to its historic value. If the rumors are true, the evidence may suggest that the theft was politically motivated. This room is always warm as its glass walls and roof help maintain the sun's ray. The gardener... I have read that. This cozy little bookstore is often tucked away in the more secluded corners of the estate, giving guests little opportunity to appreciate the curated selection of equally rare books it offers. Titles purchased in the bookshop will be automatically added to the library book request form, which fittingly is the only room in which this rare fork plan can be drawn. The main centralized heat source for the estate. You may find yourself starting to sweat after drafting this room. A typical example of the accommodations of the live-in staff in the estate. It appears a particular bedroom belongs to one of the maids. Oh, great. Locked. Well, that's the end of this adventure, because I no longer have any keys. Because of course I don't find a security room with a keycard. Still, not a bad run. I am getting better and I am drawing bigger and bigger houses. But this is probably the point where I'm going to call it up for today. I'll be back Sunday. And Sunday I will have something special planned, because then I will be able to open the time-sensitive safe in the shelter. So that's gonna be fun. But yes, for now I am simply going to call it up. I've gotten a lot of clues, I've made a lot of permanent progress. I do think I still have a couple of permanent things to find, more improvements to make, but I'm getting there. And I'm able to draft bigger and bigger rooms. But for now, let us raid out. Let's see who is streaming. Let's go say hi to Voices. And with that, I wish you all a pleasant evening. Stay safe out there, Wastelanders. It's a dangerous world out there.